Testing, testing. Welcome to our viewers. My name is On To Win, and I wanted to welcome you to the Tufts 2025 Sunshine Classic. It's not as sunny right now as it was before, but it is an absolutely beautiful day. The energy is very high, and all these athletes are getting ready to race. The field events have been occurring, but the 100-meter hurdles for women's is going on right now. I believe the second heat is about to race, so stay tuned for that. And they're off. Their 100-meter hurdles, I believe that is Ariel Ducato that is coming in. My apologies, I believe that was actually Wentworth with Lacey Stantos in first, with Root coming up on the back, with Ducato in third, and Stanton coming in second in that heat. And while we wait for the next event, the results from the men's 110-meter hurdles, Josh Wilkie with the Tufts Jumbos came in first, with Bridgewater State Adigwe coming second, and then McLeod and Sharma of Tufts coming in third and fourth, respectively. And from this prelims, the top two of each heat will progress to the next. And right now, the women's 100-meter dash is lining up for the first heat. The runners are on their blocks, getting ready to go. Set. They're absolutely blazing down the far side of the track. The Tufts looking to come in second on that, but we can confirm. Coming first. Coming in first should be Escalera of Bridgewater State. Her personal best, she's a senior with a personal best of 12.18 seconds. But we will wait until the results have been finalized on the board. Second heat is on its way. With Michaela Moriarty going head to head with Abrantes of Bridgewater State as well. That's going to be too close to call on my end. While we wait for those heat results, the third heat is getting ready to go right now with one Tufts athlete, Ariel Cakeley, who did not do the 110 meter hurdles, probably for this reason. Rough. Cakeley is really ahead, and then now getting caught up with by a Bridgewater State runner and passed for the 100. Immediately following the women's 100 meters will be the men's 100 meters coming up shortly. In total 5 heats. So this is gonna be a long one. Added heat 1, lane 6 is gonna be Ethan Ford of Tufts with a PR of 11.20 seconds. Gabriel Silva of Wentworth follows that very closely with 11.23. He'll be in lane 5. First heat for the 100 men's is getting ready to start. They're on their marks. They're off. Absolutely hurling down the sideline on this track. And that is going to be a very, very close finish between, I believe, lane 5 and lane 6. Next heat's getting ready to go off as well. Noah Turner of Tufts is coming in with a PR of 11 seconds here, so we'll see if he can PR again here. And he will be in lane 3, with the next closest PR being another Tufts player of Martin Schraub, who's a junior, in lane 5. They're getting ready to get started here. Gun just went off. And Tufts men are clearly the first and second position here. With Noah Turner taking that heat. And the third heat here is a Leslie runner, Jameric Preston, who I believe is one, if not the only, Leslie track athlete at this meet today. And compared to last year's Sunshine Classic here at Tufts, a couple of new schools are competing, including Northern Essex Community College, Central Maine Community College, and Fitchburg State. Coming up in a couple minutes is going to be the 3,000 meter steeplechase for both men's and women's. So stay tuned for that. And then at 1 o'clock, the 4x100 meter relays for men's and women's will also be happening. As right now, the third heat is almost underway. Set. And they're absolutely blazing down with potentially Xavier Manuel from UMass to Dartmouth taking first. in that heat. Fourth heat is coming up here with the only jumbo is a sophomore, Charlie Fitzpatrick, with a PR of 11.50 seconds. And he will be in lane 4. Javon Epps from Bridgewater State has a time of 11.02 seconds, and he'll be in lane 3. Fourth heat is underway, with the two that I mentioned coming in first and second. Looking like the top 3 finishes are coming from potentially UMass Dartmouth, Tufts, and Bridgewater State on that one. Some other events going on in this area is the men's hammer throw, with Finchburg State's Barassa taking first, with a throw of 51.83 meters. Second coming in for Tufts, from Eric Meyer for 50.05 meters. And then also for third, Martin Decker from Tufts with a throw of 45.87 meters. Coming up now should be the 5th and final heat for the men's 100-meter dash. And they have started with Tufts, Naheem Washington going neck and neck, but being ultimately getting beat out by, it looks like, Northern Essex, maybe? Maybe UMass Dartmouth. Some other results have been finalized, including the men's and women's 5,000 meter um, run, with the women's first going to Finchburg State's Goba, second Tufts Davis, and third EMS Dartmouth's Gonsalves. And for the men's, some independent track club came first through third. Um, Old Goat House first, and then for second and third, Old Goat Track. But for the collegiate athletes, Wentworth came in fourth, and Tufts came in fifth and sixth with Berdelis and Chang. So we've just been informed that steeplechase has been moved to the end of the track meet, so the next event will be at 1 o'clock with the 4x100 relays for men's and women's. coming up right now is the men's 4x100 relay. And they're off, coming up on the first handoff with something like Bridgewater State with the first handoff, but Tufts following closely after, coming up in second after Wentworth. Off to the third man. Tufts is making some headway here, really challenging Bridgewater State for this last leg, finisher leg. For Turner to come up, and he is beating Bridgewater State in a photo finish, and Tufts will take the 4x100 relay. While we were off, the women's 4x100 relay happened, and Tufts took first with Wentworth following them, and Fitchburg State coming in third. Today's also of note. It is track senior day for all the senior athletes at Tufts, and they are looking to go back to back in a win and defend their title for Sunshine Classic this year. Coming up next is the 1500 meter for both men's and women's. $1,500. Stay corrected though. the women's 1500 meter is just about to start, with Tufts in lanes 1 through 5, and then 13 with Lexi Dean. And then Bridgewater State in lane 6, UMass Dartmouth taking lanes 7 through 10, and Leslie University did send more than one athlete, and they will be in lanes 11 and 12. For the women's 1500, they are coming up on their final lap with Tufts taking the first five positions, followed by it's like on Bridgewater State's Kate Brown. Coming around, essentially the last bend here. Two Tufts athletes are coming up for positioning for first place and second place. Pretty clear distinction between the first two jumbos and the next two. It's looking like, and that is a finish for both Tufts in first, second, third, fourth, fifth, with UMass Dartmouth probably coming in sixth there, and Bridgewater State right after them. Waiting for the final runner, women's runner for the 1500. With the men's already getting ready to line up as well, the 1500. The women's 100-meter finals have been announced a bit ago, with Gessner of UMass Dartmouth, Cakeley of Tufts, Escalera, Bridgewater State, Moriarty, Tufts, Ignacio of Bridgewater State, Brontes of Bridgewater State, Andrews of Tufts, and Wentworth of Holly making it to the finals, which will be in about 50 minutes-ish. And the men's 100 meters has also been announced with Bridgewater State's Epps, UMass Dartmouth Castillo, UMass Dartmouth Andrade, Tufts Turner, UMass Dartmouth Manuel, Tufts Ford, Wentworth Silva, and then Tufts Fitzpatrick to round out the list. That will be run right after the women's. Unlike the women's 1500, the men's will have two heats, one with 11, and then the second heat with 8 runners. Other events happening today, official results from women's javelin throw have come in. Tufts took first and second, with Jackie Wells, the sophomore, throwing 38.98 meters, and the freshman Harper Danforth throwing 36.47 meters. women's long jump has also been called, with Tufts taking the first three positions with standout freshman Elise Cumberland, who recently had the NCAA D3 indoor championship with a triple jump of 12.60 meters. Um, yeah, Tufts took the first four positions for long jump, which is very promising. And then fifth place went to Finchburg State's Scott. The men's 1500 meter is underway for Heat 1, with looking like Tufts taking the first three positions so far. Followed by a group of UMass, Dartmouth runners, and one Wentworth runner as well.
Hello, my name is Jake Flossie. I will be with you for the rest of this track meet, coming in and out to talk about the Sunshine Classic here today. We are getting ready for the women's 400-meter run. In this heat, we have Annabelle Mendez of Wentworth, Juliet Sellers of Northern Essex Community College, Harper Meek of Tufts, Kiara Abrantes of Bridgewater State, Annika Krall of Tufts, Sarah Lopez of UMass Dartmouth, Lily Carlson of Wentworth, and Adriana Edge of Central Maine Community College. Coming to this one, Kiara Brontes in lane 4 has the fastest PR of 55.7. Annika Krall and Harper Meek are your other sub 1 minute runners in lanes 5 and 3, respectively. Those will certainly be your runners to watch in this long sprint of a 400. The runners are taking their marks as we speak. We do have unofficial times on the 1500 as well. Ryan Ballard of Wentworth with a 4 minute, followed by 3 UMass Dartmouth runners as the 400 is underway. Currently a big start out of Kiara Brontes from Bridgewater State. She leads the pack at the moment, followed by the Jumbo's runner Krall and Sarah Lopez of UMass Dartmouth. Harper Meek currently in 4th for the Jumbos. As they round the bend, Meek passes Lopez, but it's a Brontes' race to win at this point. Yeah. As they cross the final part, Abrantes with a massive lead, followed by the two Jumbos. Abrantes looking to set a personal best here. She will get 55, it looks like. The two Jumbos clock in just under a minute. It'll be Lopez after that, followed by Carlson of Wentworth. And finishing off with Mendez, and then Edge, and then Sellers. This is our only heat of the women's 400. We'll move into the men's 400 after this. In the men's 400, we have 3 heats. Heat 1 will have Charlie Fitzpatrick of Tufts, Brady Kamali of Tufts, Stephen Spofford of Bridgewater, Zane Gordon of UMass Dartmouth, Ethan Ford of Tufts, Miles Sandowski of Tufts, Tejas Verma of Tufts, and Jordan of Tufts. Going to be a really tight one. 2 seconds separating all 8 runners. The fastest PR coming in is in lane 4 with Zane Gordon, 49.03. But all the runners between lanes 3 and 6 have sub 50-second times. So should be a very close race here. As we are getting ready to start here, the runners are taking their marks. We do have official times from the 1500 women's. Sonia Olsen of Tufts taking that one with 454.8, followed by 4 other Jumbos, Vivian Lau right behind Olsen, Julia Dulce in 3rd, Eleanor Whitehouse in 4th, and Samara McVeigh in 5th. After that, a series of other runners from UMass Dartmouth, Bridgewater State, and Leslie. Unofficial times in from the women's 400, Kiara Brontes with 55.7, Krall and Meek both sub 1 minute with 59, and then it'll be Lopez, Carlson, Mendez, Edge, and Sellers in that order after that. Some confusion at the start line at the moment. Still some confusion. Runners still yet to take their blocks. We've also got what I believe is pole vault going on, which you can see in the background. It looks like the men's pole vault has finished and they have moved to women's pole vault. We'll get you a quick update on the men's pole vault standings. There is nothing listed for the men's pole vault standings so far. So we will get those updates once those are ready. Still awaiting this men's 400 race. Looks like they have resolved the issue at the start line. Runners taking their blocks now, where you can see about half of the runners at the moment. Having small issues with our cameras, but we will have that resolved as soon as possible. In the meantime, though, I will be sure to keep you updated with how the races are running and progressing so far. With our current angles, though, we should be able to show you about 3/4 of the track and make sure you will be updated with what happens in that final quarter that we are unable to show at the moment. Still for a long time before the start here. All right, the runners have taken their marks. Again, the runners to watch are really anywhere between lanes 3 and 6, all sub 50-second personal bests. They are off. It's a strong start from Ethan Ford in lane 5. Ford still in the lead at this point, but as they round the second bend, expect Gordon and Spofford to catch up. But Brady Kamali in lane 2 doing quite well as well, ahead of Steven Spofford in lane 3 at the moment. So we head into the final bit here. Kamali in the lead, followed by Gordon and Ford. It is tight. Gordon has taken it. Gordon, then Ford, then Sandowski at the moment. It will be Gordon, Ford, Sandowski, and really tight there between Kamali, Fitzpatrick, and Spofford. But I think Kamali would take fourth there. Intense race in that first 400. Our next one is slightly slower than Heat 1. Our runners are Jonathan Gordon of UMass Dartmouth, Aditya of Wentworth, RJ Stone of UMass Dartmouth, Charles DeKai of Bridgewater State, who comes in with the only sub 52-second personal best. In lane 5, we have James Christie of UMass Dartmouth. Lane 6 of Alvaro Castillo Cloutier of Fitchburg State. Jeff Doyon of Bridgewater State in lane 7. And Matt Murphy of Wentworth in lane 8. As soon as we get unofficial times, it looks like Gordon with a 49.2 is the unofficial time that came first. We'll update the rest of those. Verma in second of Tufts, 49.5. Sandusky with a 49.6 and Kamal with a 50.2 are the next fastest. I believe that might have been a personal best for Sandusky. Yes, that would be shaving 100th of a second off of his previous personal record. And here we go in Heat 2. It is tight right now. It looks like in lane 2, Aditya showing a strong start so far, already passing RJ Stone in lane 3. James Christie in lane 5, currently in the lead from UMass Dartmouth. But it looks like Aditya putting up a strong showing, as is Charles Takai of Bridgewater State. We ride into the final bend. It is Aditya in first, followed by Christie of Dartmouth and Takai of Bridgewater. Christie catching up here. Will he manage to make the pass? No, it'll be Aditya in first, then Christie, then Takai, then Gordon, followed by RJ Stone, Doyen, and Murphy. Very strong run from Aditya there, and we will get you the final times, or at least the unofficial times, as soon as those are out. We move into our final heat of the men's 400 meters. In this one, only 6 runners, not all 8 like the first 2 heats. We have Fernando Gaspar Rodriguez out of UMass Dartmouth, Arthur Bahuz out of York County Community College, Matt Telson out of Fitchburg State, Victor Metivier out of Northern Essex Community College, Amar Elmi from Fitchburg State, and Dennis Bolduc out of Great Bay Community College. So Aditya will have a 52.21, which would be a personal best by almost a second. Quite a strong run by the Wentworth runner. Christie listed second with a 52.41. Also a personal best for him. So definitely strong performance in Heat 2. We also have the women's pole vault going on at the moment, as you can see on your camera. I think my commentary graphic is blocking that. Let's get that out of the way. There you are. You can see women's pole vault currently going on. We just saw a Tufts athlete go over the jump. We are still yet to receive results from the men's pole vault. And looks like it was a false start here on Heat 3. We are still awaiting the start of the third heat. The 400 was a false start on the first run. And here we go for Heat 3 of this 400-meter race. Starting out strong is the runner from Fitchburg State. Got a bit of a lead at the moment. Only 5 runners in this heat, supposed to be 6, so we have had a DNF. As we round the final bend here, looks like it will be Dennis Bolduc in lane 7 from Green Bay Community College. Great Bay Community College leading the way, followed by Victor Matevier and Matt Telson. Telson pushing past Matevier. Can he pass Baldock? Yes, he will. It will be Matt Telson to finish first. Might have been a personal best for him. He did come in with the fastest one, but it looked like he was slightly under 55 seconds there. And that will be our final heat of the men's 400. After this, we'll be going to the women's 100-meter hurdle finals and then the men's 100-meter hurdle finals. We saw the trials earlier today, but imagine the hurdles will take place on the track shortly. And we'll take a quick break and be back shortly. are getting ready for the women's 100-meter hurdles now. In the 100-meter hurdles, there are 8 runners just the final, so they did have trials earlier today, and there is certainly a front runner in this group. Allison O'Donoghue of Bridgewater State in lane 3 has a 14.6 personal best, the next highest being the 17.17 of Lacey Santos in lane 7. So O'Donoghue is certainly the runner to watch in this heat. In the prelims, though, McDonough had the fastest time, followed by Santos. Frank of Dartmouth was third. But the event has started now, and again is McDonough with an enormous lead. She is clearing out the competition. Allison McDonough of Bridgewater State finishes with basically a set of hurdles ahead of the next runner. What a showing from the runner, the senior from Bridgewater State. After her, it looked like it was possibly Zyra St. Jean of UMass Dartmouth, but dominant performance from Allison McDonough. We do have results from the men's 400 unofficially. Zane Gordon of UMass Dartmouth with a 49.28, followed by Tejas Verma of Tufts with a 49.53. Miles Sandusky of Tufts again with the 49.65. Brady Kamali with the 50.27. And Charlie Fitzpatrick with a 50.33. Also from Tufts will round out the top 5. The fastest performer from Heat 2 was Aditya, who finishes 8th overall. Strong performance from him. And 3 runners did not participate. That was Arthur Bahuz, Ethan Ford, and Alvara Castillo-Gautier. Preparing now for the men's 110-meter hurdles finals. It is 8 runners. Ryan Anglin of Bridgewater State will be Oliver Bishop of Wentworth. This is going from lanes 1 to 8. It will be Cameron MacLeod of Tufts. Josh Wilkie, also Tufts, who comes in with the fastest time, 14.38. Chigozie Adigwe of Bridgewater State with 15.11. Jay Sharma of Tufts with 15.7. Drew Alves of Bridgewater State with 16.49. And Exakwi Namwira of Central Maine Community College with 17.8 coming in. So Wilkie in lane 4, certainly the one to watch. He has had impressive performances for the Jumbos throughout the season. Always strong in those hurdles. He did finish second at the Commonwealth meets in the 400-meter hurdles, and certainly someone who is quite strong in the hurdles. are getting ready for the men's 110-meter hurdles, and off they go. Wilkie with a strong start for the Jumbos, and he will lead the way, establishing quite a length for himself. After him, looks like it is McLeod and Adigwe. But Wilkie clears the pack here with a solid several runners' lengths between him and the second place McLeod. Impressive performance from the Jumbos Junior. Both hurdles races won by a significant amount. Notably, Allison McDonough with a 14.39 would have finished second in the men's 110-meter hurdles. So it is 10 more meters, but still extremely impressive from the Bridgewater State runner. We'll step aside for a minute. We'll be back for the 100-meter dash. Start with the women's and then the men's finals. Don't go anywhere. And we are off on the women's 100-meter dash. It looks like it will be the Jumbo Michaela Moriarty finishing first, closely followed by Grace Ignacio of Bridgewater State. No surprise there, as they came in 0.01 seconds behind between them. Kiara Abrantes, the other one who was tight there. Really going to be tough to see who ended up edging out the other one there, but I think it was Moriarty who finished first from the Jumbos. Also in the race was Phoebe Gesner, Ariel Shashil, Jaylene Escalera, Jordan Andrew, and Olivia Hawley. Step aside real quick as we get ready for the men's 100-meter dash. All right, we've got a great angle of the men's 100-meter dash now for you. We have resolved the aforementioned camera issues, and we'll hopefully be able to provide slightly better coverage here. Thank you for sticking with us through that. In this race, the men's 100, we've got Javon Epps of Bridgewater State, Jalen Castillo from UMass Dartmouth, Justin Andrade from UMass Dartmouth, Noah Turner from Tufts, coming with the fastest time in lane 4. Xavier Manuel of UMass Dartmouth in lane 5, the second fastest time. They are getting ready to go here, so I will finish that in a second. And off they go. It is going to be Turner and Manuel in the lead. Turner clearing ahead here. It'll be Turner in first, followed by Manuel and Ford, it looked like. Andrade also doing well, but impressive running from Noah Turner, the senior jumbo. After this race, we have the women's 800 meters. Step aside till we show that. We are getting the unofficial times in from the men's 100-meter dash. It looks like Noah Turner did get a personal best there, 10.65, 400 of a second faster than his previous personal best. In the second was Justin Andrade, who also got a personal best, clearing it by 0.12 seconds as well. An impressive run from him. Ford finishing in third with his own personal best. Certainly a strong run today. We are getting ready for the women's 800 meters, which we will see shortly. In the meantime, though, we are going to take a look at the women's pole vault currently going on. We got a Tufts athlete getting ready to jump here. Still have not received results from anything in the pole vault. Never mind, we have the men's pole vault official results. Finishing first was Nate Muller of Wentworth with a 4.4 meter clear. Owen Moriarty of Wentworth finishing second with 3.95, full meter ahead of third place in Devin Neves. Ryan McCarthy and Matthew Gill, who all finished at 2.9. Women's pole vault, not released yet. It is all jumbos participating. Emma Gall with the highest clear coming in, 3.62 meters. Then Natalie Germanov, Nyla Thompson, and Lena Tang, all 3.55 meters. Finally, 3.3 meters for Amelie Wickham, who also a jumbo. So expect a jumbo to win that event, as that's about all who is participating there. We are getting ready for the women's 800-meter race. A lot of runners in this one. 2 heats coming in. The jumbos have the 6 fastest times between Carly Rinko, Phoebe Breyer, Eugenie Horsberger, Kaya West, Avery Kerr, and Logan Lee. So expect a jumbo to take the lead in this one. The runners are ready to get started in this first heat of the women's 800-meter run. Here is your shot of that. And off we go. A lot of jumbos in this one. It is solely jumbos versus Corsairs. UMass, Dartmouth, and Tufts, the only schools with runners in this one. We have 9 jumbos and 3 Corsairs. It will be a Corsair in the lead right now. Looks like that is unclear at the moment which Corsair that is, but she has started strong. It is a pacer, to clarify that. So, perfect. That is Julie Dulce of Tufts, who is pacing, and she has set quite a pace for the other 800 runners. Apologies, as our shot does not appear to have the runners in it. We are fixing that as soon as possible as they look to finish lap 1. Dulce will step off after setting an impressive pace for the runners. It is 7 jumbos in the lead. Large pack there, followed by another jumbo and 3 Corsairs. Jumbos still leading the way. Looks like that is Rinko and Breyer at the front here. Alongside Ely and one of West, Kerr, or Horsberger. Looks like Ely making a push around the outside to take the lead in this pack here. Fortunately, a wall blocking our coverage at the moment. Unfortunate placement of said wall. In first right now, we have the jumbo runner as she looks to finish off here, Carly Rinko. Rinko on pace to possibly make her personal best. Looks like she would just be short of it, but Rinko will finish first as the jumbos will take the first 6 spots in this race, followed that by a Corsair, another jumbo, 2 more, another jumbo, then 2 Corsairs. We will have the final results for that shortly, but we are getting ready for heat 2 of this 800-meter race. Only 9 runners in this one. Step aside and come back in just a minute for the 800. have unofficial times for the first heat, as it looks like it was Rinko as thought who took first in that one, followed by Breyer, Horsberger, and West, all of Tufts. So we see the second heat starting of this 800. Currently in the lead, it looks like that is a Corsair of a UMass Dartmouth. There are 4 of them in this race, alongside 2 runners from Bridgewater State, a runner from Wentworth, a runner from Central Maine, and a runner from Leslie. It's going to be one of the Bridgewater State runners in the lead at the moment. That looks like that would be Olivia Downen, followed closely behind by a Corsair and a runner from Wentworth. That is Erin McLean and B. Greenberg. They're around this first lap. It is Downen in first, but McLean is making a push on Downen. Greenberg, also a member of that leading group. Bell sounds as they prepare their final lap here. Downen still in the lead. Bit of a gap opening up now between McLean and Greenberg. 3 of them separated by only 2 seconds coming into this one. Still Downen with another gap opening between her, but a very large gap opening between the 2 UMass Dartmouth runners, Schweitzer and Burns, and the next runners. So a clear top 5 in this one so far. Downen leading by about, looks like 20 meters between her, or probably closer to 10 meters between her and McLean. Her race to win, but Greenberg starting to kick here. They move into the final 100 meters of this 800. Here's Downen. Plenty of space for her, looking to make potentially personal best here, coming in 2:29. She is on pace to get a personal best by almost 2 seconds. Impressive run from Olivia Downen. It will be McLean in second, then Greenberg in third. Looks like that is Schweitzer in fourth and Burns in fifth. After that is Kyla Palmer of UMass Dartmouth, and Naomi Cass of Bridgewater State, and Kiera Spradlin of Central Maine Community College. Looks like the runner from Leslie, Stephanie Morales, did not end up running in this one. But quite the performance from Olivia Downen of Bridgewater State. We'll step off as we get ready for the men's 800-meter run. progress now. The men's 800-meter race. Coming to this, the 4 fastest times, all jumbos: Sam Curran, Meba Hinnock, Will Casado, and Liam Lucas. And Curran in the lead at the moment. The jumbos looking strong with 6 runners in the front here. Setting a strong pace. Finished lap 1 under a minute, all of them. Still the jumbos at the front here. It's like Meba Hinnock taking the lead here for the jumbos. And establishing a bit of a gap between himself and Curran in second. One jumbo will step off there, preparing for the final group. Final 100, it is Hinnock in first, followed by Curran. But Curran kicking here and pushing hard against his teammate. In third is Liam Lucas. But it is a tight finish here between Meba Hinnock and Sam Curran. Curran just pulling ahead at the final bit. They both look like they got a personal best. Big celebration between the two of them after that one. Very strong race between the jumbos runners. Coming in, Curran with a 153.99 personal record. Meba Hinnock with a 154.87. Looked like both of them finished closer to that 152 mark. Strong performance from the two of them. They will be happy for that one. We have Heat 2 coming up in just a second here. Christian Moscat, of Northern Essex Community College with the fastest time coming in, the freshman. Owen McKenzie of Bridgewater State, second fastest, and Daniel Terpinas of UMass Dartmouth, third. Set aside for that one. Second heat of the men's 800 underway. Looks like that is a jumbo in first there. I did not believe there were any jumbos signed up for this one. Nope, that is my mistake. That is Christian Moscat of Northern Essex Community College. Oh, no, it is a jumbo. It's slightly confusing. But he is leading the pack, this mysterious jumbo. We have clarification on that. That is Jackson Kiefer of Tufts. My apologies. I was looking at Heat 3. This is Heat 2. Jackson Kiefer leading the way. Aiden Fournier. It looks like Mark Murphy of Wentworth in second right now. Kiefer establishing a bit of a gap for himself. As they have 200 meters left to go, Kiefer is still in the lead. Larger and larger gap opening up. But Brendan Gennard of Fitchburg State looks like he is making a bit of a run for himself. Kiefer still with a pretty solid gap as he heads into the final 100. Still Kiefer. Kiefer followed by Fournier. Kiefer so close to his personal best. Looks like that will be tight 2:01, about when he finished his personal best at 2:01. It's like it might have been just after his best there for Kiefer, but still a strong run from the senior. We have clarification on that first heat in terms of unofficial times. Kurian with a 52:29, which is a personal best for him by about a second and a half. Really strong for him. Hypnotic also with personal best just after Kurian, so very strong. Once we get the rest of those times, yeah, Hypnotic with a 52:45. Lucas with a 56:32. Not a personal best for him, but still a strong run. Entering heat 3 here. This is the one that I was discussing previously. Looks like Moscat of Northern Essex Community College will not be running in this one. So Mackenzie, the favorite, Turpinus also very close to him. Those are the two runners you'll be watching in this heat 3 of the men's 800-meter race. For those of you curious about other Jumbo's sports going on at the moment, currently women's lacrosse is ahead against Amherst College over on Bellow Field. That is also on JumboCast if you want to check that one out. Currently 12-6 in favor of the Jumbos. Alongside that, men's lacrosse is up 9-4 at Amherst College. Two ranked matchups for the Jumbos, but both of them dealing with rather easily from some of the top teams in the country. 9-4 men's lacrosse. 2.5 to go in the third quarter in that women's lacrosse game. So if you're curious about that one, also on JumboCast, feel free to check that one out. Back to track here on the Ellis Oval, we have Owen McKenzie of Bridgewater State with a pretty emphatic lead at the moment. Followed behind him is Daniel Turpinus of UMass Dartmouth. After that, looks like it is Joshua Leifer of Fitchburg State. But pretty large gaps opening in this first lap already. Oh, we have a small error there. That is fixed for y'all. Still McKenzie. Following him is Turpinus. McKenzie establishing a further and further lead for himself. Him and Turpinus come in with very similar personal records, yet McKenzie showing his dominance in this one. Will he be on pace to break his personal best? We are unsure on that one at the moment. His best coming in 2 minutes 12 seconds. Turpinus also 2 minutes 12 seconds, but 0.18 for McKenzie, 0.38 for Turpinus. It looks like Hayden Pierce of Wentworth putting a lot of pressure on Daniel Turpinus here as they enter the final bend of this 800 race. McKenzie with quite the gap here on Turpinus as he goes for his final kick, making good time. Looks like he's going to have quite a impressive run today, beating his personal best by almost 3 seconds. Owen McKenzie. Pierce also looking to beat his personal best, and he will. Beating it by about 2 to 3 seconds. Impressive run from Hayden Pierce as well. Turpinus will come third. Will be Giuliano in fourth. Great performance from both McKenzie and Pierce, beating their own personal bests. As we will take a quick break and we back with the 400-meter hurdles on the women's side. Stick with us. Welcome back here to the Tufts Sunshine Classic. We have results from both the women's and men's 800-meter run, unofficial at the moment, but for the women's, we saw Carly Rinko take first from the jumbos, followed by Phoebe Breyer, Eugenie Horaceberger, Kyle West, Logan Ely, Avery Kerr, Emma Steedman, Olivia Downen, Nina Corso, and Erin McLean. In the women's 800. In the men's 800, we saw two personal bests from jumbos with Sam Curran at 52.29 and Mabel Hanok with a 52.45. The two sophomores putting up impressive times in the 800 coming into this. We are now getting ready for the women's 400-meter hurdles, as it is just one heat today for that. And in it, we've got three jumbos alongside several runners from Central Maine Community College, Bridgewater State, UMass Dartmouth, and Fitchburg State. Emma Smith, the favorite in this one from the jumbos, followed by Anne-Sophie Jansen. Smith coming in with a 103.3. Jansen coming in with a 105.91. Then Bella Grover of Bridgewater State with a 108. Then Russell of UMass Dartmouth with a 110. Zhang of Tufts with a 112. And Decado of Fitchburg State with a 113. Getting ready to start here are the hurdlers. See some pole vault going on in the background there. Women's pole vault still going on. We'll get you updates on that one once that concludes. And here we go for the 400-meter hurdles. Runners to watch in lane 4, 5, and 3. Smith already looking strong, but it's been very good performance from Jansen in lane 5, who has quite the lead right now from the jumbos. Smith following behind her. Still Jansen in first. After that is Decado of Fitchburg State. But Jansen in lane 5 with quite the lead for herself. Clarifying, that is actually Emma Smith in lane 4. Jansen in lane 5 behind her. But Smith with a impressive lead here. Emma Smith at this moment clearing her personal best. Will she make it? It's tight. Who knows? Her personal best is 103.3. She was finishing right around that 103 mark. It will be Jansen and Grover after her, followed by Zhang, Decado, and Moores. We will find out shortly whether Smith was able to beat her personal best. She seemed on pace to it, but the kick at the end, don't know if it was quite there. That was our women's 400-meter hurdles. Men's 400-meter hurdles next. Three heats, in that one. Coming in, Cameron McLeod of Tufts, the favorite, in lane 4 at 54.02, but it should be quite a tight one, as all of the runners between lanes 3 and 6, all jumbos, separated by about a second. McLeod of Tufts, Cohen also of Tufts in lane 4 and 5 will be your two favorites, both finishing under 55 seconds as personal bests. After that, Trop of Tufts and Sharma of Tufts, both 55 seconds. Then Tessier of UMass Dartmouth, Adigwe of Bridgewater State, Branco of Bridgewater State, and Newton of Wentworth will be your other runners in this one. But real eyes are going to be on lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. The jumbos runners here who come in with pretty impressive times. Been a good meet for the jumbos today in the Sunshine Classic. It's a beautiful day today, befitting of the Sunshine name. It is quite warm here in Medford, Mass. I guess we're in Somerville here on the Ellis Oval. and certainly a good day for running. It is 86 degrees outside. That is the hottest it's been in a long time. Always nice when we get a good day for a track meet. Certainly warmer than the Snowflake Classic a few weeks ago. It was quite the chilly day. We're just getting ready to start the men's 400-meter hurdles. If you have any notes or questions for me or the rest of our broadcast team, feel free to drop them in the chat. Keeping an eye on that one. Thank you all for joining us today. It has been quite the fun stream. We've enjoyed being here out on the Ellis Oval to watch what has been a very entertaining track meet so far. Jumbos have had some impressive performances. We just saw personal bests by both Sam Currian and Hypnotic of Tufts. In the women's 400, looks like Emma Smith unofficially barely too slow for her personal best, 0.2 tenths of a second behind her personal best, but still an impressive performance from Smith. Jansen in second, Grover in third in that 400-meter hurdles. Following the men's 400-meter hurdles, which, as a reminder, does have 3 heats today, we will see the women's 200, men's 200, then the steeplechase, and finally the 4x400 relays. Thank you all for joining us today. As it looks like the runners are getting into their blocks. And off we go in the first heat of the 400-meter hurdles on the men's side. Immediate hurdle taken out by Bryce Tessier. We'll slow him down. But it is McLeod in lane 4 who has already started off quite strong. It might have been Cohen there who is leading it off for the Jumbos. But it is 3 Jumbos in the lead right now. Sharma, Cohen, and McLeod. Sharma starting to fall off the back, but it is McLeod and Cohen who are fighting at the front here. Trop close behind him. McLeod taking the lead here. He's pacing well. Finishing is McLeod. Then it would be Cohen, Trop, Sharma, Tessier, Adigwe, Newton, and Bronco. And that will conclude heat 1 of the 400-meter hurdles. McLeod looks like he was just short of his personal best of 54 seconds. In this one, we have one sub-1 minute runner in this second heat here. Oliver Bishop of Wentworth in lane 4. Wentworth runner Patrick Mahler in lane 5 will be the second fastest personal best coming into that. Then the sophomore from Fishburg State, Jesse Morello. Exauci Nemwira of Central Maine Community College in 6th. getting ready here for the 400-meter hurdles, heat 2, and off they go. Already good start by Morello of Fitchburg State. Runners to watch, though, Bishop and Mahler in lanes 4 and 5. And it does look like Bishop already starting to assert himself in this race, but in lane... Apologies, that was a long jumper that confused me a little bit there. Bishop, though, looking strong, rounding this final curve. It is the two Central Maine Community College runners in first, but they did have a bit of a head start in those outer lanes. But as of right now, it is Namwira in first, followed by Bishop, and followed by Morello. But Bishop and Namwira very tight. Namwira kicking hard here, and looks like he will finish first with a personal best of his own. Bishop and Morello will be coming after them. That was our 400-meter hurdles there. Impressive performance from Ecstasy Namwira of Central Maine Community College with a personal best, looks like by almost 5 seconds there. Certainly a strong performance. Move into heat 3. Only 3 runners listed in this one. Zachary Pierce of Central Maine Community College, William McCurl of Fitchburg State, and Joseph Imbrasio of Fitchburg State. Be our runners in this final heat before we move on to the women's 200 meters. Looks like only 2 runners are lined up here. Perhaps Imbrasio not running it. Yeah, it would just be McGurl and Pierce. As they round the first bend here. McGurl in the lead here. Fitchburg State runner coming with a 1:10 personal best. Pierce not listed as having a personal best on the meet website at the moment. Still McGurl in the lead. Pierce not too far behind him. Doesn't look like McGurl will be able to get a personal best on this one. Actually, it's possible. He's got a few seconds to go. 1:10 is personal best on the season. And he will get it, 1:08. And it looks like Pierce will come in with a 1:10. And that will conclude our coverage of the men's 400-meter hurdles. We'll take a quick break here and be back with the women's 200 meters. 200-meter underway here. Jumbo's in the lead here. Looks like Moriarty. Followed by Lawal, Crawl, and Meek. Not sure if the Bridgewater State runners participated in this one. Those are the two fastest times coming in with Escalera and Ignacio, but neither of them looks like they ran in this one. Getting ready for Heat 2 here on the Ellis Oval. In this one, Emerson Ricciardi, I think, of Bridgewater State, followed by Robinson, Hawley, and the Wentworth runner, Selma Mutaukil. Apologies for the pronunciation of that one. Will be your runners to watch in this one. You can see an impressive hole clear in the top left of your corner by the Tufts jumper. Just about to get underway here for the second heat of the 200 meters. Off they go. Great start by the Fitchburg State runner, Robinson. In the lead right now, looks like that is Hawley of Wentworth, followed by, actually more likely, Mukakil of Wentworth, followed by Robinson of Fitchburg State. We will get the results for you on that one shortly. In Heat 1, though, Moriarty did take first, followed by Meek. Yeah, your times coming in, it looks like Moriarty with a 26.2, then Meek 26.3, Crawl with 26.37 are your first three runners. In that first heat, all jumbos, but notably the two Bridgewater State runners coming with the fastest times, Escalera and Ignacio, both did not participate. Neither did the jumbo runner Lawal. So the three fastest times going in, none of whom participated in this one. Moving into Heat 3, we have 7 runners in this one. Fastest time coming in is Erica Markey of UMass Dartmouth. Looks like the runner in Heat 2 is Stephanie Lizardo, will not be participating in this one. Neither will the runner in Heat 6, Christina Apollon. So 5 runners in this one. Immediate great start by the Corsair Erica Markey. Immediate distance cleared by her with the rest of the pack. Very strong run so far by the Corsair. Looking to potentially get a personal best here. Markey will come first, followed by, it looks like, Cashel and Mendez. And that will conclude Heat 3 of the women's 200 meters. Men's 200 coming up after that. Apologies, our graphic in the top right was incorrect, but it is now fixed for this upcoming run. Men's 200 meters. In this men's 200 meters, Heat 1, Noah Turner and Josh Wilkie will be your jumbos to watch in this one, coming with the two fastest times. But little over a tenth of a second dividing between 1, 2, and 3 coming into this one. Turner, Wilkie, and Matt Mooney of Bridgewater State. 5 Bridgewater State Bears runners in this one, alongside a Corsair of UMass Dartmouth, and 2 Jumbos. In Heat 2, to clarify, it was Hawley of Wentworth who finished first, followed by Robinson of Fitchburg and Ricciardi of, I believe that was UMass Dartmouth. Sorry, Bridgewater State. Ricciardi. We have our unofficial times for that one. Moriarty in first, Meek second, Krull third, Gesner fourth, and Kosikowski in fifth, in that 200 meters unofficially. Men's 200 getting ready to get going here. Still awaiting this 200. We do have the final from Amherst, Massachusetts. The Tufts Jumbos men's lacrosse team still undefeated, defeating the 8th ranked in the country Amherst Mammoths 14-5 in a pretty dominant showing. They were down by 1 after the first quarter, but outscored the Mammoths 12-2 following that. Over on Bellow Field, we also have final there as the Tufts Jumbos women's lacrosse side defeated the Amherst Mammoths 20-9. That is the number 13 team in the country versus number 2 team in the country. So 2 dominant victories for the Jumbos lacrosse teams. But off goes this first heat of the 200 meters. Wilkie and Turner are the ones to watch for the Jumbos, alongside Mooney of Bridgewater State. It looks like Xavier Manuel of Dartmouth is in third, but Turner with a pretty clear victory. Wilkie will be third and Manuel in fourth. Great run from Noah Turner. We get ready for Heat 2. All right, Heat 2, of the 200 meter coming up. Ethan Ford of the Tufts Jumbos comes with the fastest time, followed by Jack Paula of Bridgewater State and Scott Stalek of Wentworth. That would be lanes 4, 5, and 6 respectively, but it looks like the runner in lane 5 has not yet taken his spot. Never mind, he had just taken a quick practice start from the blocks. That is Jack Paula. Looks like all the runners listed will be participating in this one. Ethan Ford, the jumbo to watch for those Jumbos fans at home. But the runners from Bridgewater State, Wentworth, Pittsburgh State, and UMass Dartmouth will be looking to take it on their own. This is Heat 2 of 6. Clarification there in the 200. So plenty more of this to go. Ethan Ford of the Jumbos in lane 4. Lane 5, Jack Paula, and lane 3, Scott Stalek will be your runners to watch, alongside Daniel Jordan in lane 6. All 4 of them sub 23-second 200s. 1, 2, 7, and 8 are above 23 seconds. And off they go. A strong start by Ford as he already looks to take a lead here. Yes, it is Ethan Ford in first, followed closely by Stalick. It will be Ford finishing first, followed by Jordan. Stalick, unsure who came fourth there, but a great run. Whoa there. Sorry about that one. We will make sure that camera does not move that fast in the future. But great run from Ethan Ford. In Heat 3, we do have another jumbo, and Miles Sandusky coming with the second fastest time in this heat. He is in lane 5. Justin Andrade comes in with the fastest time in lane 4 from UMass Dartmouth. Lane 3, Chris Bolu of Bridgewater State with the third fastest time, 23.23. Drew Alves of Bridgewater State in lane 6 with 23.26. All the runners in this heat separated by less than 0.4 of a second. The slowest time coming in 23.56, just about 0.35 slower than Sandowski. So expect this to be quite a tight race here. Good clarification, it was Silva who finished fourth in that 200, followed by Castillo Cloutier, Paula in sixth, and then 7 and 8 were Dekai and Feist, respectively. Ford did record a personal best, coming in with a 22.5, getting a 22.18. Pretty impressive run from the jumbo. But here we are in Heat 3. It is Andrade of UMass Dartmouth coming out strong from the start. As expected, a very tight race here. Andrade in first, followed by Sandusky. And it looks like it is Ansa in third from Fitchburg State. Alves did not run in this one. We'll take a quick break and be back with you for the next heats. And off we go in Heat 4 of this 200-meter run. A strong start by the runners here. Looks like it is Stewart of Wentworth in the lead here. Gonna be a tight finish Coming up from behind, it looked like that was actually Stewart, as Murphy and Abatoni were leading. We will have full results on that in a second. Hoping that that cut over was a little bit more smooth for you all at home. Gonna take another look at the women's pole vault real quick. Here you are. Still no updated results on that one, as that is still progressing. But it is, as mentioned, 4 jumbos there. Sorry, clarifying, that is 5 jumbos in that one. We do have official results from the women's shot put. Kate Hockenberry of UMass Dartmouth finishing first, followed by Mia Kurtz and Jackie Wells of the jumbos. Men's shot put, we have unofficial results. Ansel Alexander of UMass Dartmouth finishing first, followed by Liam Bourassa of Fitchburg and Corey Stalters of Bridgewater State. We have official updates from the high jump, which terminated earlier today. Women's side, Serenity Sands finished first, followed by Juliana Petrone and Lexi King. And Lily Carlson and Bella Grover all tied for second in the women's high jump. Men's high jump, Edward Caboma, of Tufts finishing first, followed by Vincenzo Videtta, Alex Gwynn, Dominic Simpri, Sammy Witta, and Scott Amin. On the long jump, men's long jump, Sarah Maturi of Tufts finished first, followed by Casey Lambert and Alex Gwynn. Women's long jump, Elise Cumberland, the national champion in the triple jump, finished first with 6.024. Followed by Jordan Andrew and Nora Jean Jacques, all of Tufts. The javelin and discus have yet to conclude, but we do have results from the hammer throw. The men's hammer throw, Liam Barasa won. We will finish those in a second once we finish this heat of the men's 200. It looks like the Bridgewater State runner is in the lead here. Actually, it'll be a Fitchburg State who pulls it out. We'll get you updates on that in a second. To finish updating you on the field events today, we will take a look at the hammer throw. Women's hammer throw, Cecilia Labarge of the Tufts Jumbos finished first by a solid 4 meters, followed by Elizabeth Graham and Mia Kurtz, also Jumbos. On the men's side, Liam Barasa of Fitchburg State finished first, followed by Eric Meyer and Martin Decker, also of the Jumbos. That is your field events update. We will get you more of an update later on. Triple jump, women's pole vault, and men's javelin throw and discus have not concluded. We do have an update on women's javelin throw. Jackie Wells finished first, followed by Harper Danforth and Sophie Hepler. apologies there for missing that final portion of the 200-meter dash. We had a few minor administrative things behind the scenes to take care of. But your placement in that, Jean-Louis of Bridgewater State in first, followed by Gaspar Rodriguez in second. Finishing third was Jean-Charles of Community College of Essex. It was UMass Dartmouth runner in second. We are getting ready, I believe, for the 3,000-meter steeplechase, which will be happening rather shortly. But until then, I will step aside, come back to give you a few more updates in the meantime. But for now, that will be it for the moment. I'm just going to give the final 200-meter unofficial order that we have seen so far. This is still unofficial. The protest window is open. But Noah Turner coming with the fastest time on this one with a 21.6, followed by Josh Wilkie with a 21.99, Matt Mooney of Bridgewater with a 22.15, Xavier Manuel with a 22.16, Stephen Spofford with a 22.17, and Ethan Ford with a 22.18 rounds out your top six. All very tight there. We will step aside before the steeplechase begins. The women's steeplechase underway here. They will have to clear their first obstacle over at where the finish line normally is, and will, after that, start clearing a total of 5 obstacles per lap. In this steeplechase heat, we've got 4 runners, 2 jumbos, and then 2 other runners. We'll get you their names in just a second. But the jumbo's already starting off with a pretty strong lead. This is a 3,000-meter race, though, so obviously setting a decent pace for that distance. Grace Doyle of the jumbos in front, followed by Jerry Tabacino of Tufts Marnie Reese of Central Maine Community College, and Stephanie Lizardo of Northern Essex, the other two runners in this one. They all managed to clear the first barrier with relative ease. Go over the second one there. It is Doyle with a pretty strong lead on this one. We'll be curious to see what they do, though, once they get to that hit. Always fun to watch. 3,000 meters means it will be 7 laps around the track alongside that first 200 meters they ran. Here comes Doyle heading toward that hit for the first jump. Ooh. She clips the barrier and falls straight into the pit. Tabacino choosing to jump off of the top of the barrier gets much less of a fall that Doyle had, but still making a lot of contact with that water. It's certainly a feat of endurance, the steeplechase, as the runner from Northern Essex stands for a while on top of the barrier before plunging into that pool. Doyle still in the lead. Finished her first full lap. Tabacino after her. Jumbo's opening what now is more than a 100-meter gap between them and the next two runners. Lizardo currently in third, followed by Reese. Doyle's got about 25 meters between her and Tabacino behind her. Coming into this one, Doyle with a time of 11:50. The first year is the fastest time coming in. Tabacino with a time of 13:06. The senior is second. Lizardo not listed with a time coming into this one, but Reese, who is currently in fourth, listed with a time of 18:25. In the steeple, it does allow for much larger time discrepancies because the race is just that long. We see Doyle getting ready to clear the pit this time, and she does it much more gracefully. Again, doing what all the others have done so far outside of herself, going off of the top of the barrier in order to get a little bit more lift off. Tabacino does the same thing as last time. Gets into the water, but certainly not a big fall. Doyle's got about a 50-meter gap now between herself and Tabacino. Finishing her second full lap at a time of about 4 minutes here. 5 laps to go for Doyle. Here comes Tabacino. It is still Doyle in the lead here. As Doyle getting within about 100 meters of lapping her competitor in Reese. Here comes Grace Doyle toward that obstacle for the third time. Does a similar thing as her second time and clears it pretty easily. Already such a tough endurance race, 3,000 meters, adding these barriers and the water obstacle certainly increases the challenge for these athletes. Tabacino getting ready for clearing the barrier, and she does it with ease. Doyle now about 50 meters behind Reese and Lizardo. About 100 meters clear of Tabacino. She clears her next obstacle. 4 laps to go for Doyle. Tabacino about to finish her third full lap. And with with that. Tabacino, 4 laps go as well as Doyle passes Reese and about to pass Lizardo. Impressive run so far from the first year. Doyle has now lapped 2 of her 3 competitors. Still a long way to go, though, before she managed to do that to Tabacino. Doyle preparing to jump the pit. Looks like Reese will make a pass on Lizardo. Doyle stumbles a little bit, but still manages to keep her footing. Reese getting ready for the pit now. Little stumble as well for Reese, but she does make it over. Lizardo takes it slow, but gets over. Tabacino at the pit now. Doyle about 150 meters past her. Tabacino, as she's done so far today, another graceful clear. Tabacino preparing to lap her competitors here. As Tabacino does pass Lizardo. 7.5 minutes into this one. Doyle's got about 2.5 laps to go. Tabacino with 3 full laps. Reese and Lizardo with 4. Doyle, 200 meters to go in this lap for her. She approaches the pit and clears it well. Seemingly learned her lesson after that first one, continually going off of the top of the barrier instead of trying to clear it all out. This is the only heat of the women's steeplechase. The men's steeplechase will follow. Will also only have 1 heat. We'll have 4 runners from Central Maine Community College alongside 2 runners from Fitchburg. Doyle with 2 laps left to go as Tabacino approaches the pit. And she clears it well. Doyle approaching a second lap of Lizardo. It's been certainly an impressive pace from the first year. Doyle again goes off the top and makes it over. As she prepares to lap Lizardo a second time. Doyle still holding the impressive pace that she has held throughout this one. She's entering her final lap here. She'll need to run about a minute 25 400 meter here if she wants to get a PR on this one. Tabacino approaching the pit over in the top left. I know those of you at home can't see at the moment, but I will keep you updated on how that one will go. Tabacino, as she has consistently done, same form, same routine, same result. Doyle on her final lap here. She's got 50 seconds to complete it if she wants to get that PR. Worth noting, Grace Doyle's PR would put her second in the men's heat. Certainly an impressive runner. Doyle's got about 30 seconds to PR here. Certainly going to be tight. Steps over the final time in the pit for Doyle. 15 seconds for this final 100. Can she pull it out? Final kick. Like she's going to be just short of the PR. But a strong run from the first year nonetheless. She will finish it. It looks like about a 12-minute mark. 11:59 will be her final time, approximately. Tabacino also on her final lap at the moment. We will see her shortly. Get a good look of Mies now. Second to last lap for her. Tabacino approaching her final jump. Does what she has done consistently. As she's got about 25 seconds to beat here if she wants to get her own PR. The senior Jerry Tabacino. Here she comes. Looks like she may be able to get it. Finishing strong is Tabacino. Looks like it'll be very, very tight as to whether she PR'd there, but we will have to look. Her PR coming in 13:06.69. Looked like she crossed a little bit earlier than .69, but will be tight. We'll get you that update as soon as the unofficial times come out. Lizardo entering her final lap of the day. We'll step aside real quick and be back with the men's steeplechase shortly. that, we just saw a PR for Marnie Reese, PRing by about 40 seconds there. An impressive performance from Reese, going ahead of her PR of 18:25, finishing around a 17:45. So, and she definitely kicked in strong. She saw that time, saw that she had the chance to get the PR, and turn it up a notch after clearing that final obstacle. I will be back with you for the men's steeple. It's Lizardo getting ready to finish here. Welcome back here for the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. We have 6 runners in this one, 2 runners from Lynchburg State and 4 from Bridgewater State. Already a pretty strong start by the Lynchburg State runner, who comes in with the 11:28 PR. That runner would be Matthew Gill. Following him is a pack of, Central Maine Community College, not Bridgewater State. Only one time listed for them. That is Mark Shapisi at 13:40, but they're all tight together. It looks like Tabachino will get a PR. Her time listed on the board, 13:05.7. 13:06.2 was her PR coming into this one, so a great finish for the senior. As Gill has established a pretty commanding lead as they get ready to enter the pit for the first time. Barriers for the men's steeplechase a bit higher than the women's steeplechase, so certainly will be a challenge for Gill to clear this one. Gill will clear it, going off the top. Have had clarification, believe that the barrier is about 3 feet off of the ground. The Central Maine Community College runners will come after that, and a few wipeouts there at the end from Leifer of Fitchburg State and one of the Central Maine Community College runners. Looks like that was Shapisi. In second right now, we have Zach Pierce. As Robert Spears goes down, but immediately gives his teammates a thumbs up. He's doing fine. It is Pierce and Hesseltine of Central Maine Community College in second and third as Hesseltine takes second. Still a large gap between them and Gill. At the back is Leifer and Shapisi. Gill certainly going at a pretty solid pace for himself here. As he prepares to go over the pit for a second time. Pretty solid clear the first time. Similar thing, goes onto the top of the barricade and then into the pit. Hesseltine in second, approaching the pit. He will clear it pretty well. Now we've got Pierce, does it. And all the runners have a better time on this time around. No falls. Gill now with about 400 between himself and Owen Hesseltine of Central Maine Community College. Zachary Pierce follows him up. Then Robert Spears. And very tight between Mark Shapisi and Joshua Leifer. Shapisi making the pass here. But the Fitchburg State runner, with about 100-meter clearance between himself and Hesseltine. We see the men's triple jump going on over there as well. We can take a look at that one at the moment. Here is your footage of the men's triple jump. We'll keep updating you on the men's steeplechase as it goes, but here is the triple jump for those of you at home curious. We'll see if we can get results for you from the women's triple jump, which should have concluded. Yeah, unofficial results from the women's triple jump. Elise Cumberland, no surprises, in first for the jumbos, followed by Jordan Andrew and Nora Jean Jacks. Cumberland looks like she got her own personal best on this one, the 12.66-meter jump, ahead of her personal best of 12.6. So PR for Cumberland, as she has had quite the season the first year. Andrew with 12.29, also recording a personal best. So strong performances by the jumbos in the triple jump today. Men's triple jump going on at the moment. Casey Lambert, the jumbo to watch. But we'll go back to the steeplechase, as this is our third to final race of the day. Men's 4x4 will be happening after this one. And women's 4x4, apologies. It's like, we're going to go back triple jump right now, as camera is having a slight issue on the steeplechase. And we're back to steeplechase, as it looks like Leifer has pulled away a little bit from the other three Central Maine Community College runners, but Hesseltine still the second place runner, as Gill clears the pit another time. Got about 150 meters between himself and the second place runner. 3 laps to go for Gill. Hesseltine getting ready to clear. Does it effectively. Leifer next up, followed by Shapisi, and then Spears and Pierce. But Owen Hesseltine putting a pretty impressive showing for himself. Not listed with a time coming into this one, but clearing his teammate, who does come in with a 13:40 PB. Gill still with about 150 meters on the second place runner, but Leifer starting to pull away. PC behind him. Then it is Spears and then Pierce. Spears getting some encouragement from his fans up on the bleachers. One of the most fun parts about track, in my opinion, is the amount of encouragement that teammates can give each other. Great opportunities for teams to get together and cheer each other on. So fun to see that going on. As Gill rounds the corner where his fans are, getting a good boost from his teammates. Fitchburg State down in Virginia coming a good distance up here to Somerville, Massachusetts. One of the further schools here. My apologies. I believe this Fitchburg State is actually in Massachusetts, mixing it up with Lynchburg, which is in Virginia. My mistake. So not quite as far for the Fitchburg runners, but still not from around here. 2 laps to go here for Gill. Hasseltine falling about 200 meters behind the Fitchburg runner. Leifer has established a bit more of a gap for himself in third. He clears the pit with no issue. PC makes it over as well. Gill approaching Pierce to potentially give him a lap. About 9:15 into this one. 2 laps to go for Hasseltine now. Gill getting ready to clear. Does it well. It's getting closer and closer to Zach Pierce. Matthew Gill will have 1 lap to go after this one, as Pierce will step off. Will not finish this race. Matthew Gill, he's at 10 minutes right now. Will need a little bit less than a minute 15, minute 10 really, 400 to finish this up in order to get a PR. Would be a tight one. Don't know if he's got the pace at the moment to pull that off, but we'll keep an eye on that. He has about 45 seconds now if he wants to finish this 300 meters, but it will certainly be a challenge, especially the pace he's going. As Hasseltine has about to finish his second to last lap. No time coming in, so it's possible that any record he records today will be the record put on the books for him. Hasseltine finishes second to last lap, 11:10. Will be entering his final one. Here comes Leifer. Gill clears the obstacle, entering his final 100, but with that, his chance at personal best is over. It is challenging to do that, especially when he was a very clear front runner, not much to pace him in this one. But he is looking to lap Spears here as he enters the final 50 meters of his day today. It looks like he will pass Spears before the event is over. Hoping to get sub 12 here. And he will. Gill with 11:55, his final time. Spears with 1 lap to go. Shapisi possibly a chance at a PR himself. Coming in with a 13:40. He'll need to run a minute and a half on this final 300 meters. Could be tight, but a chance for him. as Hesseltine looks to clear the obstacle for a final time. Good shot of Spears for you all at home at the moment. Update you on Hesseltine's finish here. About 50 meters left for Hesseltine. Picks up the pace, looking to finish strong, is Owen Hesseltine. Looks like he will finish up here with a time of around 12:53. Here comes Joshua Leifer of Fitchburg State. Leifer will finish with about a 13:08, 13:07. Here comes Shapisi, his personal best, a 13:40. He looks on pace to beat that. Mark Shapisi looking to get his personal best by almost 15 seconds here. At 13:27, looks like that'll be his final time. That is a personal best by 13 seconds. Exciting for Shapisi here. And here comes Spears to finish it off for the day. Central Maine Community College runner Robert Spears finished it off. And he will record about a 13:49. And that will end it for the steeplechase today. We're getting ready for the women's 4x4, which is my personal favorite event, the 4x4. Such an exciting one to watch. We'll be keeping our eye on that one after this one. Take a quick break and be back. We are getting ready here for the 4x400 meter women's relay. As coming to this one, the two Tufts teams, Tufts A and Tufts B, come in with the exact same PB of 3:50.97. And then it's a pretty big gap between them and the rest of the field, as the next fastest is UMass Dartmouth D, come in with a 4:25. Then Bridgewater State, a 4:30. UMass Dartmouth B listed with a 4:40, and UMass Dartmouth C with a 4:50. Slightly confused by the lettering there, as the Dartmouth D team seems to be the fastest of their group. But should be an interesting one to watch. The competition between lanes 4 and 5 between the two Tufts teams will certainly push each other to be stronger. For the Tufts, it is Kerr, Breyer, Corso, and Rinko in lane 4. Then West, Olson, Horaceberger, and Ellie in lane 5. Starting out will be Schweitzer for UMass Dartmouth in lane 2, Gesner for UMass Dartmouth in lane 3, Kerr for the Jumbos in lane 4, West in lane 5, Grover in 6 for Bridgewater State, and Palmer in lane 7 for the Corsairs of UMass Dartmouth. should be an exciting one to watch. All right, as we get ready for this one, 4x4 is always an exciting one. This is not the Jumbo's 4x4 team that did qualify for the NCAA meet nationals this winter, but two impressive Jumbo's teams in their own right. After this Sunshine Classic next week, the Jumbos will be going to Wesleyan University for the NESCAC Championships. Will certainly be one exciting one to watch. It was here on Ellis Oval last year, but this year it is down in Middletown, Connecticut. Get ready to start here. And off they go. It looks like the Jumbo's A team listed will not be running this one. It will just be that B team. So Kerr of the Jumbos will be running against. It also looks like the Bridgewater State team will not be participating in this one either. So it is the Jumbos versus 3 teams of Corsairs. Kerr already establishing a dominant lead for the Jumbos. She is followed by Palmer of UMass Dartmouth. And it looks like that is Gesner of UMass Dartmouth. In the back is Schweitzer from Dartmouth as well, but Kerr already establishing quite a lead for herself, as this Jumbo's team got about 5-10 meters. Kerr will be handing off to Breyer. And Breyer will take it. It looks about a minute, 400 meters for Kerr. About a minute and 5 for Gesner. Minute 8 for Schweitzer. As the Jumbos with a pretty impressive lead going to this one. Breyer able to merge now into that first lane in the 400. They do run about a lap and a quarter until they do merge in the 4x4 relay. It is Breyer of Tufts with about 50 meters on her opponent, which I believe is Takogna of UMass Dartmouth. Following her is Burns of Dartmouth and DeSimone of Dartmouth. Strong run, a little bit over a minute here for Breyer as she hands to Corso. Next up is the Corsairs, Takogna handing off to Frank. Then it will be Burns handing to Lynch. And finally, the last handoff will be between DeSimone and Owen of the UMass Dartmouth Corsairs. Corso with a pretty solid gap over her opponent, but Frank is going at a pretty impressive pace. Established a pretty large gap between herself and Lynch behind her. Rounding the final bend here is Corso. Corso will be handing off to Rinko. Be about a minute here for Corso on this one too. And Rinko will take the final leg for the Jumbos. Following that will be Russell of the Corsairs. Jumbo's going to be a bit hard pressed to get that personal best here. Going to have to be about 30 seconds 20 seconds here for this final bit. 20-second 200 would be a pretty impressive finish here. I think unlikely the Jumbos do get that PR. Corsairs looking to do their final handoff here between Owen and Philbrook. Rinko with about 120 left to go. Behind her is Russell. Rinko enters the final stretch here. Finishing strong is Rinko. And it looks like the Jumbos team will record about a 4:11 on this one. Up next, the UMass Dartmouth squad looking for a PR here. 4:25 their PR. Looks like they'll get a 4:22 for the UMass Dartmouth D squad. That'll be a PR for them. Here comes B. Greenberg of the Corsairs. Looks like they're going to go just over a PR. PR of 440. Probably going to be closer to 443, 444 for this team. Going to be about 446 for the B team. Finally, the last group of Corsairs here. Here comes Philbrook. And that will conclude the 4x400 women's relay. We've got the men's one after this. 2 Jumbos sides, and then a Bridgewater State, Fitchburg State, Wentworth, and 3 Corsairs. We'll step aside real quick and be back for that. Here we go for the men's 4x400 relay. It looks like the Jumbos team, like last time in lane 5, will not be running. Potentially neither Jumbos team running. I don't see anyone in lane 4 either. The Jumbos will not be sending anyone for this race. They do come in with the 2 fastest times, so no Jumbos in this one. Fitchburg State, the next fastest in lane 3. That is Castillo Claudier leading off for them. The 2 UMass Dartmouth teams in lanes 1 and 2, led by Christie and Preston, as an impressive start from Preston. Already kicks him past the expected favorites in this one. For Bridgewater, who are currently in the lead, that is Barenko. And then on the outside for UMass Dartmouth is Sylvia. It's a strong start from Bronco, as it looks like in lane 1, that is Chrissy of UMass Dartmouth, who is putting up quite a performance as well. As the Fitchburg State runners who had the fastest time going in are actually in second to last at this point. Still yet to merge yet. Bridgewater in the lead here with Grace. But Grace is tight with Shoot of UMass Dartmouth. Thompson behind them. And then it is Tawaya of Fitchburg State. It is quite the battle right now between that is Shoot and Shoot and Grace. Shoot in a bit of a lead right now. Coming in with one of the slower times is that UMass Dartmouth team, but they are looking good. And they will hand off first to Paris. Then it is Doyson of Bridgewater State in second, followed by Carrier of UMass Dartmouth. As this Fitchburg team, who comes in about 4 seconds faster than this Bridgewater team. They're about 15 seconds behind at this point. But it is the UMass Dartmouth team coming with the second slowest time, who are very much clear of the pack at the moment. As the second UMass Dartmouth team looks to pass Bridgewater State, and they will. That is Carrier passing Dorian there. Entering the final stretch, Paris, Carrier, and Doyen. UMass Dartmouth putting on quite a performance so far. Maloney will take it from Paris. Then it will be Stanton from Carrier. And then it will be Vale for Bridgewater. The three of them really in their own battle here. Fitchburg with Manioc will pass off. And final handoff will be Scanlion from UMass Dartmouth. Bridgewater State's Vale has passed the first UMass Dartmouth runner. And it is coming down to the wire here between Maloney and Vale. Stanton starting to fall off a little bit. Maloney and Vale in the final 100 here. Oh, that is Stanton and Vale. Apologies. Stanton with a little bit ahead. Here comes Vale. They have all the teammates here. Vale making the pass. And it looks like Vale will pull it out. And Stanton right behind him. Maloney will take third. Followed by Fitchburg's Manioc. And UMass Dartmouth's Scanlon will take fifth. And it will be Wentworth Savage in sixth. And with that, that will conclude our running event coverage of the day and our stream for the day. We'll do a quick update on the other field events that have gone on. And then we will call it there. It looks like triple jump has concluded as well. So discus is the only thing left, unfortunately, a little bit outside of our view with our cameras. So that will end the stream for us today. I will give you a rundown on what has happened across the field events that I hadn't recapped already. So we will check out what happened. Men's discus has finished in first was Ansel Alexander of UMass Dartmouth, 49.91 meters. Liam Barassa of Fitchburg State in second, and Kevin Sains of UMass Dartmouth in third. Women's discus still going on at the moment. We also have updates on the women's pole vault. Nyla Thompson of Tufts taking first, followed by Natalie Germanov and Amelie Wickham. Women's triple jump, Elise Cumberland, we already gave that update, but she did get a personal best, 12.66 meters. Men's triple jump, results have not come in yet, but that has concluded. And with that, that will conclude our broadcast today of the Tufts Sunshine Classic. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. It has been quite a fun and pleasant day here on the Ellis Oval. this will be it for. If you want to watch more Tufts track and field, the NESCAC meet will be next weekend down in Middletown, Connecticut. Will certainly be an exciting one. But as always, stay home safely.